Segundo muerte.
Hello, Kalu, Kalay. How are we doing today? Thank you very much, Spartan, for cheering 69 bits of micro-celebrity NFT fun bucks. Thank you very much for also gunning down Manly before he appeared. Now, I would also like to thank Dark Moon Warrior. Thank you very much for following. Very cool. Kissu, you know the rest. Yes, Selin. I was wondering if someone would bring that up. Yes, Selin, that is a rather tragic thing, but I should do the introduction. Hello, my name is Notepad and I write games for fun, so what are we doing today? Obviously, we are going to be doing some more in the home of the Elven Queen. Because our queen with a K and a W is going to need some help. So, what happened in between? What happened in the middle zone, you could say? Well, we wrote about money. We kind of did villains and knaves. Villains and knaves are a little bit weird. The basic premise is that a villain is very simply like you. They have the exact same abilities, they have the exact same natures, they are just like you. They are not another patron though, but they can get influence dice if their patron really likes them. So, of course, hey, if an opposing patron has one retainer that is directly opposing you, he's gonna have a shit ton of influence to fuck with you. However, most things are going to be knaves. Knaves are legitimately anything else, and they just have a number of qualities. They just have a number of talents and traits, effectively. So effectively, they might be a young assassin trained since birth, might have 2d10. They would be considered competent. They are fantastic at doing assassin work, but they're only competent really at it. They are really good at stabbing you to death. However, they're not perfect. The master, though, is quite easily an expert, and he is going to fuck your day up because he can roll 4 successes potentially. This is bad. We don't want this. You can mix and match these a little bit. I kind of give the example down here. Where it is, the Eichenmaiden has her personal birds, which the birds are assassins at 3d8 and spies at 4d8. Now you can kind of apply this to anything, and I did kind of give a little bit when it came to health, metric, or status, or soul very easily. The basic idea is that you can rapidly get kind of chaff in the fight easily because of the nature of how conflicts are. Scrolling up here a little bit, I added an optional rule for wounds. The idea is that instead of reducing any health, instead of reducing blood, soul, gravitas, or anything like that, you would instead take a wound. And if that wound is something that is a permanent interference die that starts at D4, and if it gets worse, it's going to be D6, and then it's going to be D8, and then it's going to be D10, and then it's going to be D12. It takes time to clear these. And this is something that is, you know, a time-consuming endeavor to clear. This is not something that goes away by itself. You broke your leg. Hey, breaking your leg is a problem. That's something that you have to deal with now. While, hey, you're emotionally drained, that's going to be something completely different. Follows the basic interference rule. I kept that as optional because it really depends on the season of what you would want to be doing. It does make them hardier, but during a summer season patron is going to want wounds. On the other hand, maybe a winter season one doesn't, because it's just you're kind of living on the edge there a little bit more. That's kind of the idea behind it. Is this the end? Maybe no, maybe not. Also, I would like you all to note that I do have brand new emotes. I'm not very good at this emote thing. Have no fear. We have new emotes. Yeah, they aren't very good. Yeah, we're trying. We're doing our best here. I'm improvising. I literally saw it last night. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna upload some new emotes. I'm like, I don't know what I'll put Ran. I like Ran. Ran's my favorite Toho character. Let's see some other things that kind of got added. Let me scroll up all the way here. Let's see. I know for a fact I added something all the way up here. Oh, yeah. Added lore. Finished the lore. Lore took a little bit longer than I had planned. Because there's like, here's 8 bajillion goblins to worry about. Here's bajillion pucka, and here's the idea of fair and foul. What's the price of a soul and all the unlocking of chakras and shit. That just takes time. And time is money, friend. That's just kind of the nature of the beast, really. There's been some slight changes, but nothing too extreme outside of that. So if we scroll all the way down, what are we doing today? Today is money. Money and stuff. So, actually what I should do... goodness. One of the, Schwarzwald Psycho. The big idea with money is that there's technically two economies. There is the real economy with normal people who are effectively work with silver oaks and gold queens. Well, retainers do anyway. Copper seedlings do exist. No one cares about them though. This is real like money currency. You can pick up a handful of silver and use it to buy a sandwich. Nobility don't actually deal with that. They don't have money. They never have had money. They don't understand it, really. It's just territory, and it's labor produced by her people. She doesn't have real money, she has unliquid asset. Most of the nobility do not have liquid assets. They have things in their holdings. Younger ones do have coinage, but generally speaking, it's... I wanted to kind of get across that's like, I'm not really factoring in the idea that, hey, here's what you need to roll to get this. No, it's... Your patron doesn't need to worry about money. She doesn't have 1,000 gold or whatever. No, she has a handful of actual silver. You know, she has a handful of territories and holdings she can just kind of leverage to get some money to buy shit. She doesn't worry about it. That's not the point. So actually what I should do is no. We're going to do first things first. I need to make a side actually a quick note. I'm going to do a quick note. Retainer payment. Retainer pay. Under strict technicality. the retainers have no income. They are paid by their patron in room board. Let's see. They're paid by their patron in room board and her patronage. During the round table, all of the retainers let's see, being paid wealth, influence, die value, wealth, influence, die gold queens. So at the end of the round table, the patron has D4 wealth. Each of the retainers would gain 1d4 gold queens. That's the entire idea. Is, hey, you have completely ripped away wealth, which is like, oh, wealth isn't that valuable, but that's how she's going to pay you. Now, mind you, having like, if she might have, oh, well, she has 12D, so she has 12 wealth influence, and we kept it at D12. Does that mean we get 12D? No, does that mean we get 11 D12 gold coins? No, you get D12 of them. She's not going to pay you that much. That's not the value. The wealth influence there is not like a real, like, convertible money aspect. That is just her ability to say, I have the money to pay for this. Or I don't have the money to pay for this, in just holdings and random shit that she gets paid in. She doesn't really care. That's not really her problem. That's always been that's why when you reach zero in that, it's not necessarily like, oh, well, she doesn't have any money. It's just that her debts have outweighed her. She's illiquid. What's the actual, not easily converted into, let's actually, what's the correct term? Yeah, it's effectively, she's filing for bankruptcy effectively. She might have money still, but she can't, it's all tied up and shit. There was a very specific term and I can't remember it. Damn, the retainers are loaded. Yeah. You have a shit ton of money. That's why it's optional. That's the thing. It's optional, and you don't have to take it all. You can say, no, I don't want to be paid. Or you can say, hey, let's say D4. I rolled two. I got 2 gold queens. I can say, no, I want 20 silver. That's all I want. I want 20 silver, that's it. You can get up to that amount. Now, of course, this also leads to one of those situations where, hey, we've done this so much, and someone rolls and gets like, oh, I got 12 gold coins all of a sudden. I don't want to be paid. I will never be that much of a simp. You know, if someone rolls a 12 gold coins and they're like, well, I'll just take all of them. Everyone at the table now knows that motherfucker has 12 gold on him, which is equivalent to, roughly speaking, he's got about $24,000 on him. Not $24,000, $2,400 on him. This man is carrying around a literal briefcase full of money in his pocket. You ambush that man. He has more money. Yeah. Yeah, gold is a year of peasant work. Exactly. Yeah, it's... And you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, patrons have a shit ton of money. But at the end of the day, this is your patron's money. This isn't your money. This is your patron's money. Actually, I shouldn't even put that down. There we go. And if embezzling, there we go. Yes, you can there we go. I've now put in the implication that embezzling funds is not only a situation, but can and will most likely occur. I love embezzlement. Embezzlement is my favorite. Let's see. Supplies and esoterica. What would be... Schwarzwald is home. Yeah, let's see. Well, most peasants are lucky to make a gold piece a year. Others live in luxury with the growing middle class. Of course, more than a few eat rats for dinner. Go, and then we enter into the concept of supplies and esoterica are the catch-all, are the There's no set limit to how much a retainer can carry. Actually, it would be there. Root chakra. Root. Tell me more about our root chakra. Yeah. Up to their root. Increase the amount of available, but must be It's terrible to come to a party with a backpack on. And it's terrible to come to a party with a backpack on. What are you? What are you? A vagabond? There we go. Ah, corruption. Now I can play actual politician. How have I been? I've been alright. I've been fighting the good fight and trying to get things done. And they're the feds. So now we get to make a very fun and exciting question of what items do I want? Let's check the lexicon. Hello, lexicon, my dearest friend. Items. Let's see, we've got that. What other... Do we have a good item list? What would be a good item list? I need a good item list. What would be a good, solid item list for this? Because this is the... Very simply put, this is the random bullshit stuff. This is just stuff that you can find. You know, that you would see in the... I guess I could do basic fantasy thing. When in doubt, basic fantasy role-playing. Hello, we love... I want to download this. I want to... Page right here. I wish to look at the 4th edition rules. Do we have field guys? The Equipment Emporium. Tell me more about the Equipment Emporium. Treasure. Distribution of treasure. Treasure places. We're rich. We're rich. We're rich. Let's see. Treasure monsters of the adventure. The adventure. We got tweaking elves. I love tweak elves. Various nodes. Where we want it. Let's check the Equipment Emporium. Cool. All right. Equipment Emporium. General equipment. Let's What's that? When in doubt, let's just select the entire thing in the home of the Elven Queen. We do that. Oh, good. You're gonna fight me on, aren't you? There we go. We do that. Then we put it there. Item price. Wait. Okay, so generally do it. We need to do item. We need to do we'll do so this would be cooking. This would be field supplies, description, price. Now we're going to be doing this in silver. Otherwise known as silver oaks. So we want to do we're going to be very direct about things. Actually, we want to do a teapot. There we go. And then we're going to do field supplies. It's going to be a very let's see. We want to do hum diddy diddy hum diddy diddy hum diddy diddy hum diddy diddy diddy. Fishing supplies. Actually, no, we don't need cooking supplies. No. Iron pot, iron pan. Actually, no. So we want to do a basic set of pots and pans, light enough to carry. This would be fishing supplies. Then we would go to then we would do, let me see, an extensive tea set. Field supplies. So then we go into, if we open up the lexicon, actually what we can do is we can open up a Lona, actually. When in doubt, open a Lona, because what we can do is we can cite Lona now. There's an answer here. Need to open up Lona, and then we need to go to Sacred Art of Combat, Equipment, Rations. There we go. We all of you, we put you all there. Carnivore rations. Actually, why don't I do this? We don't need that. Fine rations. Leaf rations. Point 5, 3, 1, 0.5, 2, 2. Why do you need all these rations? Well, you're going traveling, obviously. You're going to need to eat, because eating is important. So that's pretty much it. You need anything else here? Nope, we do not. So, field supplies. Let's check a dungeon exploration. We need any of these? Yes, we're going to put these over here then. So, bedroll. We're going to do a bedroll. Chalk. Bedroll. Chalk. Actually, Uh, mm, mm, mm. 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 Flask silver. Mm. 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 We're drinking secretly. Actually, we want to do... Mm. Let's see. When the creators tried to make their own version of generic anime systems, why did they just break it up in 5 genres of anime? Shonen, Shoujo, Seinen, Josei, and Kodama. Various reasons, because a lot of people... There's actually a good reason for that. One of the big things is, like, when people say anime, the thing is, when you say anime, a lot of people do not see... Like, if I just type in anime, I go to images, you see this. This is what you see. You see Monkey D. Luffy and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You're seeing, you know, Dragon Ball Z or Anime Girl TM. Like, this is kind of the big thing. A lot of people legitimately just assume that all anime is shonen. And if you really pay attention to a lot of those games, a lot of those anime TM games, almost every single one of them are shonen. Case in point, 25 in their genre in the recent year, all of these are shonen to some degree. Except arguably Hunter x Hunter, which is kind of like a seinen at some points, but not really at the same time. That's just the default for a lot of people. Mostly because when people are like, oh, I want to do Josei, I want to make a Josei anime. No, you fucking don't. You don't want to make a Josei anime. This is what you're fucking working with. Aw, man. I sure hope that I can see, you know, women falling in love, you know, or like fucking boys love shit. Yeah, this is what no one wants this. No one's looking for this. Like, oh, or like, oh, I want shoujo anime. What do you want for a shoujo anime? There's some magical girl stuff, but even then, with magical girl stuff, almost every single time someone brings up magical girl, it'll be a Madoka one. 9 times out of 10, it'll be Madoka. Easy. And Madoka isn't really a shoujo story. Let's see, you can open Turbo Autism when needed. Correction, people think shonen or slice of life rom-com. Those are 2 genre of anime. Damn. The only 2 that are gameable in the group aren't lesbians or shonen and seinen. Speaking of magical girls, have you seen Gushing Over Magical Girls? I read Gushing Over Magical Girls. Thank you very much. I need to catch up on that one. I haven't read it in a while because I caught up to it and just didn't read it. Yeah, no, that's the thing with like any of those different anime types is that it's, we would love to believe, yeah, but yeah, you have like seinen, like all right, that's fine, but then it kind of is just like, okay, what kind are you dealing with, like actual serious stuff? Because when people it's always funny to me, Like, it's always very funny to me anytime someone says like, oh, I want an adult anime. I want adult anime. And then they're like, oh, okay, so you want monster. You want things like this. And they're like, oh no. No. I want an adult like My Hero Academia. It's like, what do you fucking mean? Like, what are you actually looking for? Like, they're like, I want adult things, but I don't want actual stories made for adults. That's the, I always kind of use, Monster as like my quintessential, like, this is the thing you have to understand. Like, if you could look at Johann Liebert and it's just like, damn Johann. You fucking scary. You fucking spooky. I'm like, alright, I get it, but like, oh yeah, no, and that's the thing with this, like, there's a lot of different kinds of, there's a lot of anime out there. There's a lot of, like, manga and things that are great. Joda's level of EV, you don't see an anime a lot. Yeah. That's why people are like Chainsaw Mags is aside wearing the skin of a butchered shonen. That's kind of like one of the issue is because like you can't really have like an anime genre, because if you say, oh, I want the anime genre, being like, what do you fucking mean? It's not genre. That's like saying I want an action movie genre. I'm like, what? That covers everything. That's legitimately everything in some degree. Like, even that's a little bit too, too broad. It's like, I want a movie genre. I'm like, what are you fucking on about? It's even a little bit, again, actually, it's too specific. It would be like, I want the movie genre. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? I want cinema where things happen. Yeah, I want a book genre. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. And I think that's also kind of one of the reasons why we don't see many magical girl things anymore, is because you have, like, girls, male, and questionable Japanese age consent. Like, and it doesn't help that you see a lot of people being like, oh my god, anime is so immature. Look at it, it's all just boobs and tits and boobs and all these things. And I'm like, you do realize this is not made for adult women, right? You do realize this is made for, like, teenage boys. Do you get that? Do you get that it's made for teenage boys? Like, like literally for a 13-year-old boys sometimes, and they don't quite get that. And people don't, I don't think, quite get that sometimes. Like, yeah, hey, like, I don't get mad at fucking, like, rom-coms, and I'm like, man, this rom-com's terrible. This fucking Spanish soap opera is the worst thing imaginable because it's just bullshit plots 24/7. And being this like, well, no, it's for middle-aged women. Like, it's not for me. And I get that something, directed by Zack Snyder. I also noticed that anime is immature. People hate mature anime like Berserk. Well, yeah, like, that's the thing, is just like, I want adult anime. Okay, why don't you watch something like Berserk then? Being like, Berserk is just rape, unless like you don't really realize, you never read it, right? Yeah, animes save cartoons because they watched as kids those animes based upon Western books like Heidi and Candy Candy. Yeah, they want the hell of a, yeah, and that's a very good example. They want a hell of a boss adult, not Berserk adults. And then they kind of appeal, again, it's one of those things you must always remember. The most pivotal thing about anything, about any kind of critique or any kind of me like thing, me don't like thing, is the thing that I like is best. The thing that you like and the thing I don't like is wrong. That is the most important thing in the world for you to realize. And by implying that the thing I like is not right, you are wrong. It's yeah, don't even get me started. Like, adult animation by itself has a plethora of issues because, again, we see it for kids, and that's like it. Arguably, there's some merit to that. Don't get me wrong. Oh, God. Actually, do I have bullshit equipment in Lona? I do have bullshit equipment in Lona. Why don't I just use bullshit equipment from Alona? You may call this lazy. I call this efficient. I already wrote this stuff, so why not just use it? Let's see. We can use this. This is a pretty reliable way because we're just doing it one for everything. So we need to go here. We need to go to Bunger. We need to go to... Do I have it on the worksheet? Yeah, let's open up Solus Infernum. We could probably... I'm just going to put all of this in together. Because the idea... The idea kind of is like, yeah, this is all kind of the exact same at the end of the day. Oh, uh-oh. Unmerged cells. Ah! Notepad, what have you done? You've created another table that's just 100 merged cells. Why do you keep doing this to yourself, you baboon? You complete baboon. This is why God doesn't talk to us anymore. Queen, we split that right there. Carnival rations. We select here. We go to Century Gothic. 10. Iron utensils. Bedroll. Literally, this is just going to be a big fucking list. Why? Because it just needs to be a big list of stuff to buy. Let's see. Is there anything in here that we need to... No. Don't think. This is just going to be random supply gear. So if we go like this, we sort ascending, we select everything here. Table of properties, we that, we 0.5. Delete that one. Book subject. If it's relevant to the check. Dark cover, chalk white, ground, ground. Mechanical compass. Doesn't work in the woods. It doesn't work in the woods. Let's see, for exquisite tastes, crowbar. Crowbar is going to be 2. Fishing supplies, flasks, silver, flasks. Iron pots and pans, iron spikes. Iron spikes. We're going to do iron spikes 10. It's going to cost you 2 silver. Iron ration 1. Lantern belt. 12, 8. A box of nails, useful for nailing things. 50. 4 leaf rations that are all natural. Oil vial, 50 millimeters of oil. $20. Actually, we'll do about 25. Rope, 50 feet, tough, durable rope. 2 seafood rations, extremely uncommon because we're in the fucking woods. We ain't making it out of the woods here. Rations, slop rations. Tastes like rot. D6 interference die for the entire day. Spyglass. It's gonna cost you 30. Tea set. It's a nice little tea set. A torch. A bundle of 5 torches that can be lit. Cost you 1 trap. There we go. Nice and simple. This is just, legitimately speaking, this is just all this is just explaining of like just some random gear. And this is all that it is. Just stuff that you may want to buy. Here's what it is. Here's what you got to pay for. Here's what you're doing. Nice and simple. Blah, 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 blah. Sleepy. Yeah. Technically, if we want to be official, we should end that. Then we go on to it's kind of the idea of like, hey, yeah, having rations is pretty valuable. Having a compass is pretty nice. Having a compass actually that works in the woods. Yeah, hey, we need to go north. Cool. Hey, we need to go north. We don't know. All right. Fishing supplies. All right, we're walking somewhere. We're on the warfront. Okay, we're doing something. Even it's just you have a profession kit. You have 50 feet of rope. Rope will always be useful, no matter what. Torches, yeah, torches can be useful. Hey, I'm using a torch for a variety of things. What are you using that torch for? We're going to a party. You don't need torches. Well, that's where you're wrong. And then as you throw the torch at the at the chandelier, yeah, that's kind of the idea. Let's see. We want to do. This isn't final. We're just gonna we're just putting things in here to make things as easy as physically possible. Let's see. Explosive vial. We don't need the pipe bomb. Red vial. Probably change this to vials. Because we like vials. We do, not food, stuff, and drinks, or medical tools. Okay, so, blue... did the thing. It did the thing again. Alright, no, we're gaming, we can do this, we can recover. We can fix this. We can fix this, gamers. I said we can fix this. Murky vial, blue vial. Don't really need the brown vial. We don't need DIX, but we don't need that. Elixir of curing. Don't really need to worry about that. We need to do restore 2d8. Euphoria bottle, of course. Need the no heroin. We already have the light. We don't need too many vials. We don't need morphine. Mm. Mm. No pet pills. That's why we're jacking up the price of these, and there aren't too many vials. It's like, out of anyone, normal people cannot get these vials. That's going to be the thing. Normal people can't really get it. Why am I offering it to you? Because you're cool. You can do that. Because why? Because you are cheap and you are easy. You can get these things. Let's see. Potion of bodily rejuvenation. Mm. Especially when you have discount shit. We don't need to worry. This. Hallucinogenic. 5. There we go. A meal in a vial and twice as expensive. There we go. We do vials. Because the thing is, these aren't necessarily like, oh, this is like a special like alchemical compound. Like, no, this is just something someone puts together to kill you. Like, hey, what's worm juice? Worm juice isn't alchemy. This is a guy in a basement making people getting people high. Women bring lantern. You can say is for style. Are you familiar with Sigmata? Am I familiar with Sigmata? Yes, I am. Oh, Sigmata, Sigmata, Sigmata. Means I can't keep my heroin. Can I at least keep my meth? No, no meth or no heroin. Sigmata. Chad Walker and I have a very long and extensive history. He still believes my silly little joke. Let's see. Don't really need to worry about any of these. Don't really need to worry about any of these. Don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about any of these. I mean, I could literally bring, like, here's drink. Like, here's all the fucking kinds of drinks you can bring if you really want. Alona. Hello, it's me, Alona. Yeah, this should be... It's... Let's think. What would be some... What would be some just bullshit esoterica? Actually, Go to Marazi. Hello, Marazi. Marazi. Let's see. Actually, a fashionable statement of luck and carnal prowess. Let's see. Let's see, do we have anything? A legitimate and cheap way to identify a pucka or other shape changer. Most of the time. Sometimes. Doesn't actually do anything, that's the point. It might do something, it might not. Birch sap wine. Oh. The royals love narcotics. Everyone's a crack addict in the woods. Actually, no. go. Just bullshit esoterica. That's the entire idea of this. It's just like, here's just some stuff. Not supposed to be like very specific. It's just things that you can use that might help you or might not. Doesn't really matter. So, up here, and then we do war. While the court would have all the nations of the world believe that was above petty conflicts. The truth is that war is as common. Rivalries escalate into open conflict, invasions from the woodlands, or the daring. Let's see. Invasions from the woodlands or the daring. Let's see. Rivalries escalate into conflicts, invasion from woodlands or daring. But in the manners and but in the manners of the enlightened. Or jab a knife in a rival's back. Weapons and armor, or jab a knife in their rival's back. Kind of the idea of like, yeah, there is war, there is conflict. Why are there weapons in this game? Because, it's a very human thing. I'm gonna put that there, and this is heading 2, so we're going to do heading 3. That which spills blood. All right. So, weapons are weapon. The retainers are assumed to have the most basic concept of defending themselves. If only knowing how to shove someone away, to shove an enemy away. Actually, no. If only knowing how to throw themselves in front of an assassin's knife. A weapon is any object. Let's see. A weapon is any object, or is any actually is a tool of conflict. From humble daggers to let's see, from humble daggers to wicked blades forged from dwarf steel and inlaid with gems of malicious intent. A weapon, each weapon has a damage die, which indicate let's see, each weapon has a damage die. When a let's see, when a retainer successfully strikes with their weapon, they will deal damage die. They'll deal their damage die. Target's blood for every success. For every success past the first, they will add another damage. They will add another damage die. If a retainer scores three successes, they would score three successes with a d6 weapon. They would roll 3d6 damage against their target. That's the very simple idea there. You know, hey, successfully do damage die, not damage do. Deal the damage die to the target's blood. For every success past the first, they will add another damage die. If the retainer scores 3 successes with d6 damage weapon, they would roll 3d6 damage against the target. So let's actually figure out what we want with weapons. So, insert damage, name of weapon, damage die, hands, I guess we could do formality and cost. So this would be weapon, damage die, hands, formality, cost. Damage die, hands, formality, cost. Ooh, are right at the fucking end. We are at the end of the page. We can probably put them like this. Da 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 da. Oh, fuck it. We won't worry about that right now. So we're going to do that. We're going to do that. 1, 2. So, d6 damage weapon. They will roll 3d6 damage against the target. Actually, each weapon will have actually, oh, how do I want to do this? into one, into, actually, should say into one main and two-handed. Let's see, one and two-handed weapons require gripping the weapon with the appropriate number. Let's see, gripping the weapon. Is one-handed to use, but must be used within their must be used within their primary hand. That's kind of a weird way of wording it, but formality of a weapon. Let's see, if not, the weapon will be confiscated. Queen, princess, duchess, queen, princess, duchess, countess, margravine, baroness. There we go. Thus, a weapon with yeah, but a countess formality may not be used in the princesses in a princess's court. There we go. We'll add an image right there. Boom, boom, boom. Easy enough to understand. A little bit autistic. Isn't the main-handed part? I know exactly what I want to write here. This is worded a little bit weird. Effectively, this is, I want to have a weapon in, like, I'm right-handed. Those who don't know, I am right-handed. I want to hold a weapon in my right hand. This is my main hand. I want to have a weapon in my left hand. I want to have two weapons out so I can stab you, or I can stab multiple people, or whatever. If a weapon is main hand, you can't use it in your offhand. It's not going to be as efficient. Like, you're going to take a penalty to it. Versus, like, it's a two-handed weapon. Like, you need to use both hands. That's kind of what I'm trying to go for here. Again, just to increase that formality of things. Actually, you know what? Let's, actually, no. I mean, Mm. 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 Actually, 6. Mm. There I go. Grip, I think, makes a little bit more sense. Because the idea, what I want to get for the eye, like, the grip sounds a little bit complicated. Sorry for bothering you. Sorry, Yori. Yori bothered me. The idea for it is, hey, he is using a long sword. What's his dominant hand? It's his right hand. Hey, guess what we're going to do? I want to stab his right fucking hand. Cool. You've driven a fucking knife through this man's right hand. He can't pick up his sword anymore. That's what I'm trying to get across here, is just like, hey, if you see someone with a big fucking weapon, get rid of one of their hands. If you disable their hand, they can't do things. And that's just, what I want to do is I want to add that weird layer to combat. Where, you know, we're trading blows and just someone you can think as a person, as like, I'm fighting someone. Hey, wait a second. I'm not a very good fighter. I'm pretty good at countering. I want to stab his fucking hand. I want to get his hand disabled. Or if he's trying to grab something and he's trying to like push someone away, he's trying to use a two-handed weapon with one hand. He's going to take a fucking he's taking a D8 to it. He's taking a D8 or a D10 even. Interference, I'm going to go for it. That's kind of the idea. It's kind of a weird penalty to, it's a way to get people to think about how fights are going to escalate a little bit. Because you don't want to fight. That's the secret to huge fucking success. You don't want to fight. Fighting sucks. Why would I want to fight when I can instead do legitimately anything else? Why don't I just want to negotiate with you? But if I am in a fight, what if I can take out your fucking hand first? That's all it is. It's also to give people an idea of like, hey, I need to use two-handed weapons, or hey, I want to dual wield. Cool, you can dual wield a long sword in one hand and a knife in the other, but you can't dual wield two long swords. That's another thing. It's just like, yeah, just don't. You're not dual wielding two long swords, asshole. So when it comes to, let's see. We're not using. We want to use a very simple. I'm literally going to use a very simple thing here because it's very easy and I don't have to think about it too hard, so we're not going to. Okay, so weapon. Actually, let's just write it. Let's just write it in. First, not DC. Why? Hey, we don't really expect you to be very. Yeah, we could expect you to bring it's like a billy club at that point. That's kind of the idea of like, you're bringing a club in, it's kind of like, hey, people are going to expect you to bring like, oh, well, it's kind of like a guard is bringing this, like, oh, that's kind of, a dagger is going to do D4, it's going to be one-handed. What's the formality of a dagger? Well, a dagger can go all the way up to a princess tier. Hey, I have a little knife in my back. Don't worry, I used to cut cheese and letters. It's not that bad, right? Mm. 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 The bastard sword would efficiently go up to about a duchess before, and you know, with princess and queen, the idea would be you're dealing with people too far above your pay grade, and they don't want you to have a bastard sword at that point. Like, you are cured to a fight. Duchess is like, well, I have a really nice long sword on my back. Actually, no, let's go down to countess even. Because the idea is like the bastard sword is like, yeah, this is I have a fucking weapon and I can kill you. I have a legitimate actual weapon and this is one to kill people with. Battle axe, we're gonna do D10. It's gonna be a two-hand weapon. And this has none because it's a fucking battle axe. No shit. Mm. Mm. Great sword can go up to the Baroness. Baroness doesn't really give a shit. A maze. Mm. 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 I think the queen would actually, no, I don't think the queen would allow that. I don't think the queen would allow any weapons near her. That would be the thing. You gotta be real trusted to bring a weapon in there. Mm. Saber, we'll make that saber be a nice D6. This is going to be one hand, another one-hand weapon. We can go up to, I would say, the Duchess. I think Duchess would be pretty. I think a Duchess would be pretty fine with that. D6. We'll do one hand. Generally speaking, the Duchess is also going to be pretty all right with its stiletto. So we can even, you know, a little bit. Actually, no, we'll do D6 for that. Goes up to a Duchess. Actually, no, let's move you down to a Countess. So kind of the rapier is like, this is a really formal weapon, and everyone damn well knows that you have a fucking rapier on you. The stiletto, on the other hand, is like, hey, this is a knife, but you can also sneak in a stiletto a lot easier. That's one of the advantages. Okay, so rapier doesn't exist. Okay, let's get rid of rapier. Sabers would exist at this point. Oh, wrong button. Stiletto. Mm, mm, mm. Oh. Mm. Oh. Where would be another? Mm. Hmm. I feel like I'm missing something. Who cares? Eh. Who cares? We can deal with that. So, club is actually effectively free. Club is super cheap. A dagger is going to be pretty cheap. A spear is going to be pretty cheap. A staff is effectively free. I'm just literally gonna call it free because it's easy to get a staff. The bastard sword is, we're gonna call that at 60. The battle axe is gonna be at 50. The great sword is gonna be at 200 because it's a fucking great sword. Actually no, let's call it at 120. So you need six gold effectively to buy a great sword, and that's like, yeah, you can only go into the presence of a fucking baroness. A maze. A long sword. Oh. Yeah, damn you, Automod. Elden message, sexuality, sex, gender, allow, yeah, I know what he's talking about. Wait, why are they all so high? Generally speaking, it's like, I'm trying to think of like what would be, this is all in silver. That's why I'm using silver as a baseline for things. And it's like, how cheap would it be to buy a great sword? 6 gold. Yeah, you're not buying fucking great swords for everybody. No, it costs a lot of fucking money. This is all in silver. Why would we ever want to commission a great sword? This is like, nah, this shit's expensive. Bill hooks? Wait. Oh, pikes. I'm trying to think of like, the thing is like, I'm trying to think of like really like formal weapons. I'm trying to think of like formal weapons for people. That's kind of the idea. Like, this is what you would be buying, not like your standard, you know, dirt farmer, because why would a dirt farmer have to worry about anything like that? Because you're dirt farming. Okay, we'd go up to it. I think. Hey, I've brought my brand new thing here. So if we go up to 70 here, actually no, we go up to 100 for a really nice halberd. What I should do. God, you fuckers all want shit. Y'all fuckers. I mean, if we glaive, what are we working with a glaive? are the glaive mostly used for? Historical origins. I think the glaive is kind of covered in. I think the glaive can kind of be covered in. You can probably refluff a halberd for that pretty easily. Trying to think of. There. Are you happy? There. I've added a glaive. It's more expensive. Because, like, I don't have a good metric for money. That's one of the things that's not really helping here. Is I don't have a really solid metric of money. Because all I know, there's two things I know. There's two very important things I know. Is roughly speaking, I know 20 silvers is what a peasant makes. Peasant in a year. This is a peasant's annual income is 20 silvers. 20 silvers equals one gold piece. That's what I know. So roughly speaking, let's say a peasant saves up. He saves up for 3 years. Let's say he saves 5 silver a year. He can, roughly speaking, you can buy like a really nice royal billhook tier. Or, let's see, I mean, we can reduce the prices down. If we do that, generally speaking, these are going to be nicer quality. This is also assuming 12 coppers is 1 silver. Thank you for telling me that 12 coppers equal 1 silver. Fuck. Okay. Mm. Fuck, okay, let's think. Let's think, because I don't want to deal with, like, fucking copper prices. Oh, sorry, everything's in fucking copper now, because that's the lowest denomination. And, let's think. Actually, let's see. I want to... £2 a day, so if we assume a copper piece is... Okay, so let's do the peasant economy. Let's say you make one copper a day. You make 1 copper a day. And after 20 days, you make 1 silver. And after you make 1 day. So, 1 copper a day, 20 days equal 1 silver. That is the most basic understanding of how our economy is currently going to be working. So, I want to buy a spear. A very basic spear. 2. It's going to take me 40 days to afford a fucking spear. Very cheap. I want to buy a, let's see, I want to buy a staff. It's going to be free because it's going to be a fucking stick. Congratulations, it's a fucking stick. Price everything in Electrum. Be a dick. No! You're not doing Electrum. So if we want to be really, really persnickety, we can do a short sword with we'll do D6 and it'll be main hand. Actually, it'll be it would be 1 hand. And you can get a one of these things up to a Margravine. She's okay up to a short sword. So, generally speaking, if we're assuming that it's 1 gold piece, which is 20 silvers, which is effectively that. So 20 times, we need to make, so if we plug this in, it would be 100 days to make 5 silver. So we can roughly assume the short sword costs 5 silver. Because, yes, of course. So, hand axe must cost 1. A dagger, 2. Actually, 1. Club, 1. Why? Why is that actually no? We'll say it's a Fritz. Clubs are free. Why is a dagger this much? This is a nice dagger. This is an actual war knife. A stiletto is going to be a much more expensive dagger. It's going to be 5 times as expensive to buy that dagger. To buy a stiletto, because it's a nice actual real weapon. A longsword is going to be double the price of a short sword. We'll go up to 12. A mace is going to be a little bit more expensive than a short sword because it is an actual real item made for killing people. A maul is pretty cheap, all things considering, but this is an actual weapon, so we're going to call it a 10. A pick. Picks are pretty easy to get. We'll say it's going to be 4. Pikes, pretty expensive. We'll put it at 7. A saber. This is going to be a very nice weapon. We're going to put it up to 15. Why would we put a saber up to 15? Because it's a very nice weapon. Actually, you know what? We can even, let's put you down to Duchess, and we'll put you up to Princess. Warhammer is going to be, we'll say it is twice as expensive as a maul, so it's going to be 25. Halberds, actually we should do bill hooks. Bill hooks should be relatively cheap, so we want to do 2, 3, 4, 40 days, 60 days would be 3 silver, so we need to do 100 days would be 5 silver. So 100 days is 5 silver. So that would actually, no, it's 12 days equals 1 silver. So it would be, in fact, not that, it would be 12 times 5. 12 times 5 would be 60, so you need to get fucking 60. It would be 60. 60 days. It takes 60 days to get 60 days would be 5 silver. So to get 1 gold. You would need 60 times 4. It would be 240 days. 240 days to get 1 gold off peasant wages. So we can't assume peasant wages, though. So let's just bump everything up by about 5. Let's just bump everything up nice and easy. You will still be, you'll bring you up to 2. We'll bring the dagger up to 2. Club will be free. Bill hook is going to be 6 now. Bastard sword is going to be 26. Actually, no, it'll be 30. This 30 would mean it is the implication that you would need to spend effectively an entire year to afford an actually nice sword, making 1 a day. However, if you are a actual well-paid individual, you are a real person, you will be able to afford one in about half a year. Half a year or even less. Cool. Battle axes, same boat, 35. Well, actually, no, we'll keep it at 30. The glaives are pretty fine. They're gonna be 40, 45. Great sword, even more expensive, 100. You're not getting a fucking great sword right off the bat. You're going to be 20. There we go. Using these very basic costs, using these extremely basic costs, in no way me wanting to fucking kill myself thinking about money. So, if we do this correctly, we zoom in all the way to 100%. Average peasant would do dirt farmer. Dirt farmer makes 1 copper. Makes 1 copper a day. This is copper. Dirt farmer makes 1 copper a day. So he makes 1 copper a day to make 12 copper, which silver would be 12 days. So that would be 12 days to make a silver. So that would be 1 day, 12 days. Now gold, which is 20 silver. So that would be 240 days. For a dirt farm, it would be 240 days for a dirt farmer to make 1 gold. It takes 240 days to make a piece of gold there. However, let's say for example, we are playing a bootmaker. Bootmaker makes 2, so it would take 6 days to make a silver, and it would take 120 days to make gold. Let's do it again. Let's say, for example, let's say I make 5 copper a day. I would need to spend 2. Would be, if we do equal 16, actually no, if we do equal C16 divided by 12, no, it would be 12 divided by C16. 2.4 days to make that, and to make gold, it would be C17, it would be equal C17 divided by 20. Nope, other way around because I keep making mistakes. 20 divided by C17. There we go. So using my complex mathematics, if I make 10, if I make 20 in a day, it takes me legitimately less than a day to make a silver. So if I make 12, it takes 20 days to make a... Okay, so it takes me to make 12 copper a day. I get one day, and then I would get this. So I make 200 copper a day, I get shit really fast. I effectively make 333 gold. 333 gold a day. At 200 coppers a day. Cool. I had to be a nuisance, but just hit me. Recent tabletop focus is the equivalent of story's tone. To a degree, yeah. Alright. That's kind of the idea of the formality. Is like, yeah, it's pretty easy to... Yeah, that was the idea of the formality. It's like, yeah, it's not complicated for you to get a bill hook or get like an actual real weapon. But don't go into the fucking Margravine's palace with a bill hook. You're gonna look fucking ridiculous. You are a retainer. Have a real weapon. Hey, it's just like, yeah, that's kind of the idea, being like, yeah, you can afford pretty easy, cheap-ass weapons. Why would you, though? You make a lot of fucking money being effectively into the, you make a lot of money being effectively in the pocket of a noble. So it's like, why would you ever want to use a cheaper weapon? That's kind of the idea. Again, I don't really want to go too autistic on weapons because it doesn't really mean anything. Counter-argument. My patron is penniless. If you have literally 0 or negative wealth influence, you would be unable to get actual real money. Which is one of those beautifully complicated things because you won't have any dye there. You're also facing financial bankruptcy any moment, and every single mission is going to be you focused on getting anything you can. That's kind of the idea. A penniless patron is a bad idea. How a patron can be poor. The idea of a really poor patron would be one of two things. Either one, her debts outweigh her assets. She is effectively illiquid. She cannot physically pay you in any... She is paying you, of course, so she may not be able to pay you, but, like, literally bankruptcy is on the... Like, she can't pay back any of her debts. If her debts come through, she's fucked. Completely fucked. There's nothing she can do about it. Yeah. Yeah, you're basically working with a person who only has money in Wall Street. That's one way of looking at it. The other could be you literally are destitute. There have been a lot of nobles in history that were effectively penniless. Like, yeah, I have noble title, but we have no money. And that's kind of a problem. And it's like, yeah, I loot the demon in the woods for a sword. Yes. Yeah, you can be, like, your patron may be completely penniless. She has no assets. She has no actual liquid assets. She has nothing in there that she can actually get money from. And that's a problem. Or she does have a lot of money, and but she can't spend it, and it's kind of useless money. It's like, yeah, congratulations, ma'am. You have so much money and it's fucking useless because it's in like weird old currency, or it's in things that are, you don't have anything there, and people want their fucking money from you, but you're like, I don't have any real money. Shit. I've invested everything in wooden ducks. How does this happen? One of the other issues is she just doesn't want to pay you. That is another very likely outcome. She has money. She doesn't want to pay you or anyone else it, though. And just like... I swear these beanie babies will sell someday. I swear. Effectively. Like, literally having any of your patrons' influences being less than 0 is hilariously terrible for you. Because it is like, oh, hey, your grace is 0? You are literally anathema in the court. The Queen of Schwarzwald does not give a shit if you are attacked. She would actually like it. Like, you would actually she would actually like you to be attacked. And it's like, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. It's like, hey, you have 0 terror. People are legitimately not afraid of you, and they're going to act against you. Because why not? You're going to do nothing. You're going to sit on your hands and do fuck all. 0 noblesse is funny because the entire idea of 0 noblesse is that you can't leave your manor. Like, if you leave your manor, the people outside may attempt to attack her. So it's kind of like you're under siege in your own territory. They don't pay taxes anymore. They don't want to pay taxes. Or she has people she pays to get out there, beat them up for their money, and it's just gonna get worse from there. It's like, oh shit! 0, like, less than 0 mystique is a little bit weird, because 0 mystique would be she has legitimately courted a hatred among the woods. The woods do not like her. And this is really bad when the woods have feelings and they want to kill you. Oh, you mean how taxes normally work? The best way to think about it would be, hey, normally it would be the tax man would show up being like, hey, you owe some bushel of corn, you owe some bushels, and they're like, all right, I'll pay because I have to. It sucks, but I have to. This is every other month. A fucking army rides out of your manor, loots the countryside, and leaves. Because they don't want to pay taxes to you anymore. They just don't. You have to forcefully, like, fight them to get money. And again, that would be one of those adventure paths that you would have to deal with. Is, hey, you need to actually get noblesse back. You need to actually make sure these people follow their fucking, follow their goddamn leader, because at the current state of affairs, they're just going to revolt one day. And it's like, no army, if people, we are paying them because we are able to steal shit from them. The second we're not able to, no one's getting paid and no one's being happy. Ah, shit. And at that point, you're also dealing with something a little bit more nefarious, which is all of her servants and all of the people that are not you, because you have a direct involvement. You have an oath of service. She owns you. You swore an oath to a fairy princess, for fuck's sake. All these other people have not. So everyone else also is through that 0 noblesse. And hey, suddenly people are being real weird. If you want a winter game, if you want a funny winter game, I would say you can do that with 0 noblesse. And you are effectively, again, under siege in your own castle, even inside. You can trust legitimately no one. Because the only people you can trust are your immediate... The thing is, like, with the Oath of Service, I kind of wrote it in there as kind of like, yeah, it's kind of an Oath of Service, but it's a little bit... It's kind of that idea of, like, hey, we're in this together. You swear upon me, I swear upon you, and we're good. But it's kind of the idea that, like, hey, I am swearing a lot more to you than what you're giving me. It's just like, I'll give you room and board. I will take care of you. That is my responsibility, to take care of you. Your responsibility is to, do everything I ask of you. And if we break that, I have no responsibility for you anymore. And I'm just gonna shove you away because you don't matter. Let's do... Mm. 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 A longsword blessed by the druids. Mm. Mm. Yeah, it's kind of like, hey, you can find enchanted gear. Enchanted gear is weird. That's the point. You want to have, like, feel free to make weapons and things like that weird and bizarre and uncomfortable to do. There we go. Next we're going to deal with... Mm. 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 Let's see. Safety behind steel armor. During times of war, armor is in high demand. Armor is in high demand. Often using metal, padded armor, padded cloth, and mm, 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 mm. Metal equipment, while the mm, 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 mm. 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 Actually, yeah. Let's see. Capable is blocking blows. Mm. 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 There you go. So it's kind of like, hey, like understand that that's okay, so mm. 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 There we go. Formal attire. Please wear formal attire. Just like wearing actual clothes. Let's see. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need. Uh. My mom wants to get a new phone. See, I've had the same phone forever. And yeah, my mom has gone through many different phones. We want to do mm, mm, actually no. Mm, mm. Let's see. Baroness. Uh, mm. Ba 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 da da da. Peasant sword. Milanese armor, silvers. All century. It's so if we want to do, so it would be, let's armor. We don't want that. Unofficial Alona. No, that's not the unofficial Alona RPG. That's very silly. We want to do see, in this situation, I would literally do light, medium, heavy, like medium, heavy, super heavy. But we want to do chainmail. Trying to think of like the the best way of thinking about this. Chainmail, I guess it would be scale, and then it would be we wouldn't be dealing with plate, we would be dealing with half plate. This isn't perfect, but kind of clearly like you're in war armor. That's Beset on all lines by fucking elves. Chainmail, dragon scale, like half plate, full. I don't even know if we have full plate in this setting because like let me think. So we don't have rapiers. When was full plate? Full plate was in the late medieval, during the first 14th century, so roughly the 1300s. So we've got like about 1420. So we can have a full plate. So we can do full plate. There we go. We in 1440. Yeah, so we would... Plate mail is extremely fucking expensive. That's the idea. Plate mail is just incredibly goddamn expensive. And it's very inefficient at this point. It is... Actually, hell, you know what? We can even, interfere, yeah, 2d12 interference. This is 20 years effectively after, we can roughly assume that this is 20 to 15 years after the invention of full plate. Not many people have full plate. It's not really good yet. Like we have not developed the more intricate actual, we don't know how to use it. Gambison. Gotta do kind of like the padded armor there. What I should do is Mm. Ooh. I need to do insert special characters. Not it. That's not the right answer. I need to do this insert text. I said insert text. Where the fuck is it? Good, I'm fucking having a stroke. I suspect to have some slight under armor already factored in. There you go. 1500s for full plate. That is, if we go to our funny little thing here, let's say I want to make 1,000 a day. If you make 500 copper a day, you can afford this relatively easy. Let's say like even I mean 1500. I mean if we do 500, so that's 1500. That's 883 of 500 copper a day, so about 300 copper a day. That'd be 500 copper over Yeah, no, that's not that. So it's hard to get it. I'm not gonna put a formality. Actually, let me see if I can can afford a formality. Yes, I can. The idea behind why full plate is oh, it's none. This is the idea. There would be you are walking in with full on you are in with full armor, and it's oh, this guy clearly means fucking business. If you're someone who is really high up there, you're a very special person, you're very unique, and you've kind of got your patron's blessing almost, then yeah, they're going to be fine with it. If someone walks in randomly in full plate, they're oh, this person wants to kill us all. We should get him, throw him on the ground, and stab him to death. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. That's kind of the idea. What I'm kind of thinking about there. Actually, we can. Ooh, that button. Let's bump this up to something like this. So it's just very fucking expensive to get anything. There we go. Kind of even if you have a bodyguard, hey, you have a bodyguard who is in full plate, then yeah, that looks fine. 5 guys walk up in full plate armor, all looking at one another, being oh yeah, no, this is gonna go poorly. It's very contextual. That and hey, I'm bringing in there with my fucking long sword, long sword on my hip, and I'm walking in there in full plate. You're yeah, this person's going to kill us all. Yeah, if a member of SEAL Team 6 walks in the White House full battle rattle, no one's gonna blink at him. If Billy Joe Bob walks into the White House full battle rattle, people are gonna take a look. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. If you got the okay to do this, oh, you're looking good. You're looking amazing. It's also kind of one of those things of if you're that fucking stupid to afford full goddamn plate, my god, brother, we are not making it out of the hood, are we? Because that would be 2,500. If we do 25, it would be, that would be 125. You need 125 gold to afford full plate. So let's see. Let's see. Actually, yep, hireling description daily cost. Let's see, we want to do these aren't this isn't perfect, but I'm just using this as a baseline for things. Put out the one. Let's see. They may also cut your hair for an extra silver, Mm. 25. Let's see, what else do we have here? We want to do let's see, what are we doing? That's why you buy. I took impersonating no pretty seriously back then. Impersonating police today isn't something you could do willy-nilly either. Let's see. All right, what would be some other just vague services that we could hire out to do something valuable? Ah. $4 to $20 a day. Why? Because you can get a really good guard, because it's going to cost you a little bit. It's going to, $1 gold a day. That means you're going to get a good fucking guard. Let's think. What would be some other, what would be some other hireling? What are some other hirelings that we can find? I want more hirelings. Types of hirelings. Types of hirelings. Show me the hirelings. I wish to know retainers, mercenaries, and specialists. Tell me more about retainers. What do you want? Mm. 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 There we go. This is just kind of a very basic list of things. Not perfect, but they should be there. Mm. 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 And this can be safely, this can be safely ignored. So we want to do, mm. 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 It is noble. They have +2 to this roll. +2 to this roll. Actually. Mm. 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 Is mm. Mm. Yeah, it's kind of like, hey, like, are you considered to be like a fairly honorable person? The answer is yes. Then you're going to have, it's going to be a little bit of penalty. Technically with -6. Actually, with -6, that would bring you up to a total of technically -5 to 0. Mm. Mm. 12. So that would be. Mm. Eager. Mm. 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 They may ask for more. Mm. 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 If they don't rat you out first, the mm. Mm. There we go. If you are too honorable, you just don't understand that you actually are being bribed. You're like, wait a second, I don't get this. I'm fucking stupid. I'm bribing you. I'm trying to get something out of you. Like, oh, I don't get it. I don't understand. Should be dash. Actually, Or they'll just demand it and be confused why they won't do it. There we go. I don't want... One of the things is I kind of want to make out like patrons aren't necessarily stupid, they just don't quite understand things. They're just distant. They're just distant from others. They don't understand things. There we go. That's pretty simple. Nothing too extravagant. I wasn't looking to make like a huge list, but to like, here's just an idea of like, hey, this is like, it's you know, it's half a silver a day that's for a servant to serve you. If the patron wants to, they're gonna roll. Too rich to understand peasant thinking process. It's kind of that idea of like, with like really old, like kind of what I want to get is like the really old patrons do not understand money. They don't get it. That's just not something that they even consider. Because I want you all to think of something very quickly. Think of 300 years ago, 1724. I have $2 American. I'm fucking rich, baby. I'm doing pretty damn good. You even go back, you know, actually it wouldn't be 17, it would be, you know, like, I got two, you could do quite a bit with $2. You can buy ammo, you can buy shit with that. Like, let's actually see. So I want to do 1700s prices. So let's see. Now this is, I want to not wages. Actually, I want to do 1800, 18th. I actually want to do 18th century. Price list. Redcoat's history. All right, I want to. So 1 shilling, a shilling. Mind you. So again, we're looking at like half a penny, nothing to get drunk on, day's allowance of coal, a pound of cheese. So 1 shilling. Dinner at a steakhouse, sign-on bonus for army recruitment. Admission to the gardens. Guinness and a mask on masquerade, a dish of beef. Let's go all the way up. So £2, annual shaving and wig dressing contract. A monthly pay of an East India Company seaman. Annual pay for a ship's boy. A suit of clothes, a clerk for a public office. A silver hilted sword for £5. Let's see. 2 shillings to 20 shillings to buy a book. So, let's actually even just do like 1800s. I want to buy a gun. 1800s. Now I'm going to buy a gun in the 1800s. This is very important. So, $6.75. Yeah, so you used to be able to buy a actual German Luger for $25. You want to buy a 32 caliber German Mauser? $11. Want to buy a fucking blue steel automatic 25 caliber automatic gun, $675 with 10-cent parcel postage. Let's actually see. I want to like, hey, a Colt police gun for home protection. You can buy that pretty cheap. I want to, you know, it's like like how much did that like 1800s house cost? I want to buy a house in the 1800s. 1890s. There was a 4%, so this is, let's see, November of 1887 at a moderate cost. Let's see, I want to buy a home. I want to buy a house. The 1800s. I want to say it's 1824, so I want to go there. I want to buy a house. So actually, we'll even say unimproved land prices. I want to buy land in good old Maine. If I want to buy a house, I want to buy some land in Maine. So, as you can see, I can buy over 36,000 acres for $18,000. I can buy 21,000 for $14,000, of course, you know. Pretty easy, you know, annual acre amount, you know, it's pretty easy to, you know, about $31 an acre, 80. No, this is 50 cents an acre, 40 cents an acre. That's how it is. This is the total land. Yeah, so just to kind of give you the idea of like why like nobility doesn't understand. Yeah. The hell happened in 1834? Like, you gotta remember, like, when, like, the prices seem a little weird, but, like, yeah, it was, when you're 300 years old, when you're 500 years old, you don't understand money. Money doesn't make any fucking sense to you. Now imagine you are a 750-year-old elf. You have walked in and someone's like, haha, I want a bribe, give me 50 gold, and you're like, what the fuck are you on about? You're like, what do you mean? What do you mean gold? You want some gems? Here, take a fucking gem, I don't give a shit. And you're like, holy shit, you just gave me a fucking, like, oh, this is really good. Why'd you, like, I don't fucking know the value of things. That would be kind of the idea, is like they don't quite understand the valuation of things, and a patron throwing money around is a patron throwing, like, literally telling people to get, you know, make something valid, you know, make money for me somehow. I don't know how it works. And that would be kind of like one of the things of an extremely rich patron is a patron who does not probably understand where most of her income comes from. And if you were to ask her, hey, where does your income come from? She would say, my holdings. I make a shit ton of money because I own a bunch of land and people pay me money to work my land. And the ones that don't pay me to work my land, I tax them and I get stuff from them. They give me food. And then, like, her secretary looks over at you. She's like, no, she gets paid in, like, money. She gets paid in real money. Like, we sell that shit. Like, we sell the food. Like, we can't, like, we haven't. There are people behind the scenes making all this shit work. Your patron is so far above it most of the time that they don't really care. Failing a, kind of the idea of like failing a wealth influence check is kind of a mixture of things. You can interpret it more along the idea being like, hey, you give a bill to your patron and she can't pay it. Because it's just like, I don't have the liquid assets for this. We do not have liquid for this. So no, we're not going to pay this. Or no, we don't want to. Like, or it's more along the idea of, like, she can't get the liquid right away, so it's like, I don't really care. Because that's all it is. It's like, how much stock can I, burn off? And like, how much money can we just get automatically to fuck around with? And it's not just her, it's everyone around her. It's using the land, using her territory. A dirt poor patron is a patron who probably does not quite understand why she doesn't have money. She just thinks like, well, I have all my holdings. Why am I not making any money? Being this like, well, ma'am, because you don't have any, because you're not using any of it. Or you've invested everything in shit coins. God damn it, ma'am. We are not making it out of the hood, are we? Let's see, it's 9 o'clock. All right, I said I would work till. All right, you know what? Fuck it. We're at the fucking end here. All right, the end. We're at the end. Why do I have no money? The population are wild animals and grasslings. I'm one with nature, and not one with your fucking pocketbook, ma'am. We need money. We need money. We need dollars. Please. Please, ma'am. Okay, Adventure, let's see. Adventures are built around one of three goals. One of three goals for the patron at their core. So we do this, every adventure is built around one of the three goals. We do insert table 1, 2, 3. We do that. We do this. Da 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 da. Wah, wah, wah. That push them forward. These can be making power plays. These can be making power plays or destroying rivals who dare oppose her. Development. The patron, the retainers are tasked with developing one of the patron's influences, allowing it to grow and the retainers are see, to grow and prosper, the retainers are required to protect one of their patrons' influences from outside forces or herself. So it's kind of like the idea of like, hey, your most adventures, most everything you do in life is going to be built around these three things. Almost every quest and adventure is going to be... Let's see. We want to do ambitions are... let's see. Ambition adventures. Let's see. Ambition adventures are built around one of the patron's quirks and her goals. These allow the gradual of her plots and store and pushing pushing often inviting for anger. So then we do development. Actually, should the retainers will increase the patron's influence by one, or if they, or by one, or if they they may be losing one influence, or even more in different categories. Hanging out disastrous failure was finally protection adventures are focus on the patron, her quirks, her enemies, and anyone and anything else that would threaten one of her influences. Success will protect. Will protect and will protect the influence. Will protect the influence and Eisen. Successful disaster. Focus. There we go. What do we want to do? We want to put in the idea that enter the good graces of their let's see. One of the most important things a retainer can do is enter the good graces of their patron. Should a at the end of any adventure, the retainers are free to ask for boons or ask for actually all their influence die or return to the let's see, food, wine, it's kind of the idea, like it's kind of the idea. You're gonna return all your influence now. You're always gonna return that influence now. Actually, but one of the things is, like, you're encouraged to butter up. the patron, you want to compliment them. You want to be like, oh, of course, ma'am, we succeeded only because of you, of your infinite wisdom and might, and how great and wonderful and perfect you are. Because you're undermining one another. That should be one thing that's constantly kind of being reinforced throughout a game like this, is, hey, you failed spectacularly the entire session. You did dog shit. You couldn't roll above a 2, and it was just a horrible experience for you. At the end, of course, you throw yourself down upon the ground and say, my patron, my lady love, I will do anything for you. I did as best as I could. I did all of these wonderful things. Of course, you could also say this in front of everybody and have them look at you being like, you son of a bitch, she already likes you. You fucking did nothing this time. You actively brought us down, but here you are begging at her feet to love you more. Like, you kiss ass. And that should be kind of the idea, is you can kiss ass. Oh, you can always kiss ass. And if you do kiss ass, you're an asshole and everyone hates you for it. Nobody likes it when you kiss ass. On the other hand, literally propping one guy up who is clearly in, yeah, you're encouraged to be a kiss ass, but it's one of those things like, the patron, as the storyteller, as the GM, you are encouraged to really play favorites with the patron. And I don't mean like, oh, play favorites for players. No. The patron wants to play favorites. Oh, well, you're my favorite. Oh, you're so great and wonderful. Oh, I love you so much. And she might do that to someone who is clearly not her favorite. She's shown more interest in another one, but she's trying to invoke jealousy in him. Come on, do something greater next time. You didn't do anything this time. I care about him more than you now. And yeah, it should be paranoia. It should be anger at one another. You should be equally playing off one another just as much as working together. And that should be kind of one of those, we want to work together. You want to be friends with one another. You want to, like, yeah, we're in this together. Like, yeah, we're all good together. All while sitting back there a little bit, being like, next adventure, that motherfucker's gonna get the first D12, and I damn well know he's gonna want to go for a D10 as well. And you're looking at it, you're like, that little bitch did nothing. He sabotaged us. He made us look bad so he could look better. That motherfucker. He almost broke everything, and then he pulled it out of his ass. When did the stream blank? What are your thoughts? And focus and tone are the same. Yeah, focus and tone can be the same. Pretty easy. That's reasonable. It the thing is, I even kind of put an idea of tone and focus in this game. You can have a different focus, but you can have a focus but actually change the tone pretty easily. But the focus is really going to talk about the tone. I'll use let's go to the patron. I'll use this as an example. The idea of the seasonal mood is the patron is going to be one of these. The tone of the game, the focus of the game is usually going to be the same. It's going to be on the patron and her retainers. However, that is going to change pretty drastically based on what the mood is, what the tone is. Spring is going to be a lot more energetic, things are a lot more happening, but we're not really moving any plays. Summer is when it's big, exciting set pieces. It's like, oh, we're doing things, we're making moves. Autumn's a little quieter, we're making a little bit more subtle. You kind of got that action in there still, but it's kind of more talky. And winter's just paranoia and sadness. It's like, that's kind of the idea. It's very alone, it's very quiet. And one of the ideas in the Home of the Elven Queen is the fact that this is patron based. So you can you can meet a patron who is the exact polar opposite of your own. And it should feel out of place. You should feel very worried about that. Like, hey, here's a patron who is horrifically paranoid versus ours who's really nice and everything's great and wonderful. She is horrifically paranoid and the entire session shifts. The entire event currently going on has changed. Because now, suddenly, it's not like, haha, we're gallivanting around, having fun. Every action we do is being watched, and it's just that the hair stands up on your back a little bit. You're like, oh shit, oh god, uh-oh, I'm being watched. By who? Let's see, the second main avenue of development is reliant on the retainers themselves. Personal development. So when a D4, D6, D8, D10, D12. Let's see. Mm. 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 I'm gabbling. Mm. 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 Maybe stretching it. Yeah, it's kind of like, hey, this is the main way you're going to be advancing. Mm. Mm. Trials. That pretty easy stuff, all things considering. Then we do. Mm. Your patrons are etheric and everything is pain. I'm vaping you, Vep. Like, no, ma'am, please. I'm a simple creature, please. What are you doing? No, patron Sama, I don't want this. Mm. 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 Less common and far more taxing. Mm. 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 The less common and far more taxing method of improvement is unlocking one's chakra wheel. Unlocking one's chakra. Most of the mortal race. Most of Mm. 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 Open the only way to improve your chakra. Welcome to the only way to improve your chakra. Enlightenment. Mm. So what we're going to do is we're going to go all the way back up here. Mm. 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 Luckily, I've already written this down, so I don't need to worry about it too much. Let's see. Mm. 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 heart. Let's see. Mm. 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 Let's see. Mm. The navel chakra. Hello, it's the navel. You want to enter my navel? Mm. 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 That. All right. Mm. 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 Sacral chakra. Your sacral chakra will be destroyed. Sacral chakra will illuminate the genital region, color red, resonating with willpower and passion. The chakra was tied to the awakened by the commanding one's determination. Filled by the granting them the Lord. Halo. Mm. 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 The only one with like real actual mechanics behind it is the Lordly Halo, because that's the one with actual real fucking mechanics behind it. There is actually something I can actionably do. It's great. Actually, might add up step. Mm. 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 Any race has a D12. Mm. 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 There you go. Really, I only think humans can do that? Goblins can't. Pucka cannot. Elves cannot. Nope, only humans can actually achieve a full cultivated status. A full cultivated status is that they can become cultivated in anything of their choice. But if they've already unlocked it, guess what? You can't improve that stat anymore. So it's kind of a weird encouragement for people to be like, hey, place your largest stat in this. Because it can't improve. You know, some of them are, it's kind of like, this is the natural evolution of your ability in this thing. Like, you may not be the best, however, you know, you've got it early on, kind of thing. Let's see. Mm. 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 Oop, getting ping. Feel like it should be able to improve. If it's just awaken, it just becomes a lot harder. There isn't really any good way of doing it unless you like double improve it. I guess double improving it could work. That's kind of a weird way of putting it, but what is being cultivated? Technically your chakras, because remember, the magic system of this fucking world is built off chakras. Yay. Technically, we could do it the idea like you have to unlock your chakra a second time. Kind of weird. This is Naruto then. Technically, I guess that could work. It'd be kind of awkward word, but Here's what we can do. Oh yeah. You've already unlocked your chakra. Yeah, I've only already unlocked their chakra, but it's just more demanding. That's kind of the issue. It's just more demanding. So instead of, it's kind of the idea of like, hey, you want to unlock your throat color? Hey, you have to awaken it by emotional control. You have, actually, I will use Sacral, for example, like, by dedicating oneself to impossible goals or surviving through what others cannot, the burning will to live outpaces the needs around them. So it's like, where a human might be able to do this relatively easily, it's kind of one of those calls where you can make a call of like, okay, a human's done this. Would you like to unlock your chakra kind of thing. For an elf, it would be like, you are on, not even an elf, this would be like, for a, like, Rothagen, because that would be, you are on, like, the most impossible situation physically, available, and you somehow managed to pull out. This isn't success, like, this is barely a success in any other metric, but you did do it. Through trials, others seek a shortcut. Magic is formed via contract. Magic is formed via contract. Been broken down into 3 major. Magus, Etherics. Magus, Etherics. Actually, Magi, Etherics, Shamans. Magi, Magus. Magus are those who Mm. 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 Or some other demand, often interference time from D6 to D12 complication. Upon learning, mm. Mm. Let's see, upon learning, Let's see. Let's consult the Mirazi. Let's see, is there anything on magic to work with here? Because I know I'm willing to work on magic. Fucking spells. Mm. 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 Fun fact, we don't actually have the Heavenly Triumphs. Because it would be mid-1440s and we're not mid-1440s. So the heavenly triumphs don't actually exist. Oh, we in 1440? I mean, yeah, 1441, yeah, people don't know the fucking deck of the deck then. Jesus, fuck, okay. Okay, let's... There we go. Just like, hey, very simple. This is how you become an Etheric. And then finally, shamans of those otherworldly being forge the most direct contracts with others, taking a host of Mm. 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 Able to hallucinogenics, other methods to decouple the body from the soul. Mm. 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 There you go. I kind of get the most because it's a little bit more precise. However, shamans can just burn their soul to get shit. That's why I'm going to be wording it, being like, yeah, if a shaman wants a D6, he can burn 6 soul and get it. Doesn't seem like a lot, but that's 6 soul. That's a lot. In a world where you might have like 10 or like 8, or you might have like 16. Burning 4 to get a D4 doesn't seem like a lot, but hey. On the other hand, it's kind of one of those things like you get access to everything there, which is like, hey, I get a lot of toys to play with. I get a lot more adaptability as a shaman. You get the adaptability of the shaman. On the other hand, you also have to deal with the consequences of such. Mm. 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 Yeah, shaman have no enlightenment and just nukes themselves and everyone. Yeah, that's kind of the idea, is like, generally speaking, even with like the magi, the interpretation of like, hey, you want to be a magi, you have to unlock one of your chakras. Hey, you want to be an etheric, you have to kind of unlock a very particular chakra. You have to be able to, decouple your body pretty easily. And once you've learned how to do that, I would say you can start the path of the etheric if you get the lordly halo, or the radiant spirit. That would be my 2 things. You get the lordly halo, the idea is being like you're being able to manifest your soul a little bit easier. And you're like, cool, I'm being more able to do this. I'm feeling more confident, I'm feeling more able to do things. Awesome. Kind of Yeah, no, it's like, okay, I would say actually a radiant, I would say heart, mind, and sacral would be the big ones. Technically, you can make an argument that the unstruck voice would count, but my argument against the unstruck voice is kind of like, you kind of understand what you need to do now, but you maybe don't quite understand how to get there. Root's kind of the only one that, like, yeah, we're not going to become a Netheric with Root. Though this does lead to, yeah, where Shaman's like, you sign a contract with this motherfucker, you can do anything you want. You want to burn 12 and get a D12? Fuck yeah, baby, do it. Nothing's stopping you. So what if your soul's going to explode? You don't give a shit. Alright, so let's take a double check at 90 pages. Alright. Outside some art, outside of fixing some things up, I believe we're done. Literally, it would just be needing to fix 22,000 work. Probably will need to fix some things, but I don't know. Alright. Okay. It's resting time. Good job, everyone. We did it. Have a wonderful rest of your night, everyone. Godspeed, good luck. Hope you all have a wonderful time. Love you all. Kiss you, you know the rest. I am, as they say, away.